Uh, my favorite art streamer has arrived. Hey, 44os. Oh, thank you, Japochi. But yeah, I'm just gonna jump on and continue pushing this piece forward. Um, I don't have any new news. It's been pretty quiet here. Is my microphone working? Oh, it is working. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot the music. Let me try some music really quick. Oops, sorry. Was playing with my dog. Did I miss anything? No, I'm just looking for music. Uh, Not that music, but this will work right here. Johnny6655. Hey there, I love the no AI art so much. I hate AI stuff. I don't even like hate it. I just I don't really man, my thoughts on AI kind of change from day to day. But yeah, I get it, you know. It's been every yeah, I think I hate that on the Blue app. I'm disgusted. What's the Blue app? But I will say that like I hate that it's everywhere now. Like you can't. It's hard to like a lot of like the art kind of places I used to go. Like Deviant Art is it's just filled to the brim. You have to like scour to find like anybody drawing for real. So it's kind of annoying. You guys FB Facebook. You guys think like I kind of have this feeling a little bit with the AI stuff that Squall says, "Yo, this looks sick." Thank you, Squall. I kind of have this feeling in the back of my mind that the AI stuff is gonna be a nothing burger down the road. Um, like it'll do some functions, but I kind of don't think that it's gonna reach sentience or do some of the other things that they've been promising. Um, I don't know. I kind of have that sense, but I could be wrong. Because so far, all it does is get trained off of other people's material and then just repackage it, kind of, or whatever. And it's not really creating anything. So, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like it might end up being a nothing burger in terms of like it taking over everything and there's AI videos too. Like they're perfect. They perfected the video. You can't even tell it's AI. They kind of have in some instances, but it's gotten worse. Since well, not worse, but like it's just I hate the AI videos because they're like very they're very strange and like when you notice the little thing like you'll notice like the little defects on it and it's very like uncomfortable to look at it feels like you're having if like when I see AI videos I feel like it's that's what it's like to be crazy or something. You're just seeing like random things move or and change and like I don't like the way AI videos look at all. But yeah, sometimes they're very like they're getting there. I'm now trying my paper draw some sort of characters from Sonic Boom. Nice. I'm letting AI do my CV now. Not to not to SP Mart for this. I have had I did use ChatGPT for filling out applications, like parts of it. Like I would write it and then I would like basically edit it through ChatGPT. Like I would tell it, this is what I wrote, this is what I'm trying to say. Can you clean this up? And then I would just iterate that way until it sounded like someone that was like halfway literate wrote it. You know. So yeah, for stuff like that, like it can kind of connect the dots in some ways. Ryan Rupke says hello. How's it going, Ryan Rupke? Squall, yo, this look. Kara is a good platform for finding actual artists. Nice. What did you use to make the white highlights? It's a pencil essentially. It's a white. It's a white charcoal pencil, such as this. This is what you're gonna look for. A white charcoal kind of pencil. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on AI. I don't know. I don't have any like super strong, feelings about it, except that I think I, I don't know. I kind of feel like it's a little bit more of a magic trick, like the AI isn't really thinking or doing anything. It's just combining like I don't know. I can't remember how to describe how it works, but it isn't how you work or anybody else works that creates stuff. It's just has a massive database that it pulls closest words that need to be there, kind of thing. I don't know the way it was explained to me. The way AI works, it's like a lot more simple than what you would think, and there isn't anything where you would start thinking that there would be sentience spawning out of it. Draw photos, punching agents saying get back to work. Phobos. Gotcha. Thank you. Short you through on my last. Short you through my last name. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Short you through on my last. Did I not say it right? How many millimeters is your pencils you use? This is a .03, I believe. Yeah, it's .03 lead in there. I have .01 and .02, which they're very good at drawing, doing lines, but little bit not comfortable. You have a. Are you sure it's not? one 1.0 or because wouldn't point one would be smaller than point three, right? Sorry, in Tottenham, Canada, I have a road named after my last name. Oh, Tottenham. I've never heard of. Oh wait. Oh, I missed a bunch of text. Hold on. Uh, you're short. You puke. Yeah, Rupke like eruption. That's pretty cool though. It's an interesting sounding name. Does it like mean something? I didn't know Canadians had last names. I thought they just had their first name. That was it. Bye. Got to go. Nice, man. Laughing my ass off later, Ryan. Ryan sounds like a good. I don't know. I like Ryan. I think he's a good guy. Well, I love small pencils. They're kind of cool. Nice. Gianni Matragrano probably is happy to watch the stream. I don't know who that is. Who's Ryan? Oh, that's Ryan Rupke. That's the guy who was on YouTube. I'm just reading Ryan's comments off YouTube. But yeah, I was watching a trailer earlier today for, I think it's called Dwarf or something like that. Dwarf. It's kind of like a strategy game. No, I mean it is a strategy game, right? It's a like a real time military strategy game, but they did it like old style, and it looked really good. Like they did all everything is like a 2D sprite, but it's like really high def, like done in modern times, obviously. So everything looks really interesting. Just has a very unique look to it. So I'm kind of excited to get that game. Maybe down the line, we'll see. It's like Command and Conquer. I guess the closest it is to is like Command and Conquer games, kind of. See now, I haven't seen them. Oh, the game. Do you have a preferred brand for tone paper? No, I just buy the recycled tone whatever for the most part. Like the Hobby Lobby. I'll show you what I got right here. This works totally fine for me, and this is like the perfect shade of darkness too, because it's not too dark and it's not too. It can become a problem if it's too dark, I think. I've tried ones that are darker than this, and then it can. I don't know. It's just that like you got it has its own advantages, but this is like what I'm using right now. It's like pretty basic, but I like it. It's nice paper. It's nice paper. But yeah, that's kind of how I roll with it. Yeah, no problem. I went to the gas station earlier, not today, but yesterday, and I went to pay with cash, and the guy was like, I've been trying to pay with cash, and people are like shocked. Chipochi, do you guys still use cash over there where you're at? I don't want to dox you, but I'm just sort of wondering, is this still like common in other places? Because over here, it's like people look at you like, you know. And I haven't really used credit cards for that long. I just want that 1.5% back. Small grocery stores cash. Restaurant and some supermarkets promote the use of debt or credit. Everything is card now. Okay, so it's basically like that everywhere. Yeah, I kind of honestly, the thing is that like I was like super against it at first. 1 second, I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. originally like wanted to get a credit card to get, you know, like I wasn't gonna have debt. I just wanted like a credit card so I can get my 1.5% back, right, or whatever. And that's kind of what I ended up doing, and you know, that's the only reason I got it. Otherwise, I'd still be like the weirdo paying with cash for everything. Just because I'm like very technologically, I don't know. Like I didn't even like have a phone till I was like 19. Cause I was like, oh, I mean, I sell a phone, right? I had a computer. I just didn't need a cell phone really. Now you can't get away from it. Like you can't not have a phone now. You know, people are impatient and too lazy to bring money. Dude, the thing is that my car is filled with change. I need to clean out. I kind of get it now. Like it's like such a it's once you're cashless, it's like it really is like freedom, you know. Um, they really do promote the use of cards though because when I go to Walmart and they go, you know, there's like lanes open, but only for people with cards, and it's like self service or whatever. Which, by the way, I love the self checkout lines because it's like usually they're like open because before they had them, like you'd be standing in the line forever, dude. Like it really those things really did help like clear up the insane amount of time you would stand in a line, you know. You just have to do it yourself, which is totally fine because I just want to get out of there. My mom was very stubborn about that. She's like, no, I won't. I'm not going to work or whatever, but I just want to leave, so I just scan things and leave. Plus, it's cheaper because you're not going to scan all of it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I don't like money in the sense that, like, it is, you know, well, I don't know, the hygiene of it, and then it just takes up space, you know. So I'm just a really big fan of, uh, for me, for me, with the self checkout lines, for me it's worth it because like I don't know, because I it kind of just sped things up, so I appreciate that. I kind of want to turn up the music just a tad. Listening to this Rapture music makes me think it would be like really cool. There's like a town somewhere near New Vegas that is supposed to be the actual town of Good Springs or whatever, and it's people gather there every year to do like shows or whatever. They dress up like the characters, and it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind going there one day. But it'd be kind of cool if someone started building like Rapture. You know, that I think that'd be pretty neat. It doesn't have to be really underwater. It just kind of has to be. The tunnels just kind of have to seem like they are a little bit. I think that would be pretty fun. It'd be expensive probably to do something like that, but someone needs to get on it. Just because I'd be interested in going. But yeah, after the stream, I'm probably gonna go on a nice walk. Like I said, I was going to start doing. I haven't been on the walk for a month now. I've been sick and I think I have cold sores. You keep getting worse, Tifochi. You gotta get better. What the? Actually, weirdly, maybe I should get closer to God for guidance. That can help. Yeah, I'm cursed this year. This year's been okay for me. I feel like I wish I hadn't done that little video game making side quest there because I kind of bludgeoned my my Twitch to death. I said within that first month, I basically killed the whole stream thoroughly. And so it's just like I just keep thinking about it. I'm like, why did I why did I do that? Because it was like a category that nobody watches, and everyone that watched me left. So I'm just like, damn, that was rough. I didn't even I watched. The thing is I watched myself do it, and it was hard. Like it was harder to do that. It was hard. I worked harder to kill the stream than it would have been just to sustain it where it was and just kind of just like chill at the same level, if that makes sense. But you live and learn. At least you learn something program wise and streaming wise. Yeah, you definitely don't want to shake the formula up. That's for sure. You do not want to shake up the formula. If you got something that's working, don't be experimenting with it. Which I didn't think you could just get on. I didn't think you could like just draw, and then like slowly grow a stream. I honestly didn't think you. I think you had to have like kind of a spicy stream and just say like ridiculous, like be like some sort of a, either you're like very good at video games, right? Uh, that's one way, is if you pick a very popular game and get good at it, you can make money that way. You can be have like very spicy takes on YouTube or Twitch and just say like kind of, just be sort of entertaining, say curse words a lot and that kind of thing. Just, you know, the sort of the opinion streamer kind of. But I feel like you have to already be kind of popular for anybody to like even listen. And then there's option. I forgot what was the last option, but I did not think you could like just you know, just draw and just kind of like have it slowly grow. But yeah. I'm trying to think of like where the light is, because I'm thinking of this like this his like butt area right here being where like the creatures get extruded from. Like he's like this mobile station that produces like the little units. Like he just kind of poops them out of all these orifices and holes. And so, but I kind of want the light to be coming off of that, like out of there. And I kind of want to light up these feet here from this side a little bit, and not not make them dark, but make him like that's where the light is hitting, because that would kind of make sense, right? Did you guys hear about Bungie stealing artwork? I gotta sometimes, you guys let me know if there's a Bungie employee in here. I'm gonna have to like cover up my artwork. No, I'm just kidding. But I watched a bunch of people, like streamers, talking about it. Not live stream, but like just on YouTube, and it was like super funny. Like they didn't even like, the weird thing is that it's weird that they just took the artwork like verbatim, like they didn't change up anything, like at all. They just stole the artwork. It was kind of hilarious. And then I guess it was a chick that drew the posters and all the like the symbols and stuff that they stole. And it's like when she showed the comparisons, it's like even the little letters, like the little writings, they didn't even bother to like move the letters around a little bit. Just copy, Control C, Control V, done. I have no clue what that is. So Bungie, they made it like Halo. You know what Halo is, right? Like the video game Halo. And they made like a lot of iconic. The studio made a lot of icon. The people that made like Halo 1, Halo 2, they're probably not there anymore. Except for like maybe a handful. But basically, legendary studio. They've been around forever. They made everything from RTS games to like, genre-defining sort of shooter games. And then, and so, but they've been, I guess this isn't the first time they've gotten caught stealing artwork. So there's been other accusations, but it's never been like this red-handed, like this obvious before. So this time it was like, she just showed her work and then showed their work, and it was like the exact same. It was for the game Anthem. You can look up Anthem. It's like I honestly, I from what I've seen of the game trailer, but pretty much hate. I hate extraction games. Um, I hate extraction games, except for the most part, and I hate like, um, how should I say, like basically that type of game where you're like running with a squad and you're trying to like the Tarkov style games where you're like trying to run around and kill stuff. That are other people, and then you gotta like extract, and it's like it is super intense, but like I just don't those games like don't do it for me. I don't like them. I like I don't even know what I want, but like well, actually I can kind of go into it, but regardless, they made like this extraction game, right? Awful, but like I hate where the video game industry is going with like the ideas basically, and yeah, it's the game looks not good. Just visually, it's just to me the art style. It's like I don't know how to like it looks. The game looks. It's like the stuff she designed is cool. It's just the way it's implemented in the game. It just looks not. I did not like the way the game looked. It looks very weird, like plastic and weird, and I don't know. I didn't like everything they showed for it. So, but um, even with that, it was a lot of it was stolen, I guess. So. Yeah, those kind of game. Yeah, those the extraction shooter game. The only one I've really ever liked is Helldivers, and I think it's because you get to respawn. You get like a bunch of respawns, so most of the time it's not like that stressful. Like you will get something out of a game. It's not like a all or nothing kind of extraction game. They kind of make it like you get to spawn back in a bunch of times. You know, you really have to mess up a lot. You got to get really ran over to not be able to extract. So it's not like one of those games where you just like make one mistake and the squad gets wiped and you just lose everything. Although that would be something else. If they had if they had like a hardcore difficulty, that would be crazy. But on Helldivers, I'm kind of stuck in this weird place where I need like super rares, and I can't like no. Basically, I'm playing with people who don't need super rares, so they don't pick them up because I think they already like people who are still playing that game. They've maxed out their stuff, so they don't go for the whatever the samples that you gotta get to upgrade your stuff. So it's like I never get any, and I can't like it took me like forever just to find 15 of them, like forever. I mean, like I played all day just to get 15 of them. So it kind of sucks for me because like in the beginning people were trying to get all that stuff, and now they maxed out their accounts, and it's like now I'm like stuck between like in this weird parallel universe where I can't like nobody picks them up anymore because I don't need them. But eventually I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get my friends. Yeah, Helldivers was fun, but I can't play it alone. I have to play it with someone who knows what to... I kind of feel the same way. I like to run around with a machine gun, and I get horribly confused when the game, especially when it gets like you have to, like, I don't know, sometimes like the SSD one, where you gotta get the SSD drive, but then you gotta like deliver it, and I don't know, I get confused. That's the one that usually confuses me. The oil rig and the civilian ones are like, I get it. There's some luminant ones that I'm like, wait, what am I supposed to do here? You know, you got to destroy some shields. It's like pretty basic, but yeah, like I really like Helldivers basically. So I still play it like somewhat regularly, but it is kind of embarrassing at how like kind of like the only thing I can do is kill bugs and like throw grenades into holes. Basically, it's like kind of the level I'm at, and you know, if I had a complaint against the game, it's that like there's too many armored units that you can't like hurt with like regular weapons. That's mostly my fault for coming in unprepared, I guess. Because there's the heavy machine gun. I just don't like the heavy machine gun that has like the armor piercing. I do really like that they slowed down the chargers a lot. It seems like last time I played, they made this might just be inside my mind, but it made I feel like last time they made the chargers like way less capable. Like their turn radius isn't nearly as much as it used to be, and like I feel like the characters became a little bit more durable for the humans. So like, I've been really enjoying how like the game plays basically. Same, I just shoot. Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. There is a mini map that you can pull up. I don't know if you probably play on the controller, right? Yeah, there's a mini map you can pull up and you can like look at your objectives. But sometimes like you gotta like know what to do. It's not just like a bug clearing section, and you know. But yeah, I love the idea of Held. I love the like the satirical patriotic sort of. You know, they're like yelling about freedom, but clearly they're the oppressors or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's not entirely like they don't come out and say that it's satire, but it's I think clearly satire. Like it's like Starship Troopers kind of. But yeah, that's another thing. Starship Troopers. They're going to be making a movie about it. Like Sony's going to revamp Starship Troopers, and that is the only franchise I really like. Would like to see get back on its feet. Hopefully they do not do the silly move of trying to base it off the book and just try to replicate the energy of the first movie. That's really why we all still talk about Starship. Well, I bring it up every 5 minutes, but that's why that movie still has any legs, or that franchise. Is the first movie was such a wild like cult success of the people who like that kind of thing, and they just won't stop talking about it, like me. And so if they do something silly, like they try to like give it a more serious tone, or I don't, you know, or like try to base it off the book. The book, by the way, was I read the book. It was absolutely awful. It was like the book was awful because like it did have some real military stuff in it, like there was a kind of like they did kind of a similar thing like as the movie, where one of the soldiers was like being trained, like, and he needed, so there was something with like the helmet or something. He was like uncomfortable. He needed to like, he was told to stay down during training, but he didn't, and like he was like punished severely for that. And like the story of like the lesson of like this, what the book is trying to say is that in the military you get told to do dumb things, but it's like you're just you can't always immediately see why it's important to follow an order. You just have to do it because even though you don't see the purpose for it. And that was sort of the lesson, right? Like this soldier, like during combat training, like disobeyed a slight command, and like it was that was basically the story, right? Like he was severely punished for it, whatever, deranked and all this kind of stuff. And the movie in Starship Troopers, similar thing where Johnny Rico tries to fix a helmet during combat training, and the dude gets his one of the dummy target things shoots a laser into another soldier. His gun goes off and blows the soldier's head off because it was off, right? So the lesson there was that he didn't like follow protocol or whatever, but it wasn't like he necessarily like did anything wrong. It's like you should address a situation of like failing equipment, but he didn't like quite do it in the right way. So the lesson there was like whatever, you know, military is tough, right? It was a bad decision. But so the book had like things like that where it's like it's trying to kind of teach like show like real military like lessons, but there was like there was like a super cringe part where Johnny Rico's father joins the military and like to fight in the bug war or whatever. And it was super cringe because like assuming this guy's like in his 20s, right? Like or whatever, you know, I forget like how old he was supposed to be in the book, but like the thing is your dad isn't going to join the military if he's like an engineer or something. He's in his 50s. He's not like it was. I felt like it was like almost like a boy fantasy. Like he made his father so proud he also wanted to do the. It was just like so insane. Like nobody in their 50s is gonna join the military unless it's like you're about to be exterminated or so, you know what I mean? Like that's not happening. And it felt like the military situation in this world was like under control. Like it wasn't like the humans were on the verge of extinction and everyone has to go fight. This was more like he just decided to, and it really felt like it was like the cringiest thing I ever read, if I remember correctly. It just felt like this. Yeah, this feels like his personal fantasy. This is not like, I don't know, like would never happen in real life. Like, and then he fought along the side of his father. You know, it's just like that's crazy. Where's his wife? What's she doing? Like, she agreed to like let him go to war at like, you know, in his 50s. Like, I don't know. It just seemed insane. And plus, it's a lot harder. I feel like when you're like older to do like military stuff because it's a lot harder to. You just don't have the energy. You know, you need a lot more naps when you get older. I'm not saying it's not impossible, but geez, it would be rough to go through like real training when you're older, and your attitude changes too. You're less interested in taking shit from people when you get older. It's a real thing. I'm way less caring about what people say. I am excited for that as well. Hope they don't F it up. They will. Maybe they won't. If they make it silly and like fun, I think. Like I'm hoping like they'll do something like the new Alien movie is like. I'm not expecting like a miracle, but as long as they can pull off, as long as they can do like if it's fun, if it's not pushing, like if it's not like weird, you know, in some weird way, if it's just like a fun like satirical patriotic like movie and there's bugs and killing, I think it'll work. They just need to like not. You know, they just need to like make sure the wrong people don't get their hands on the movie and start, you know, kind of. You just can't let the wrong people in the boardroom when things are happening. So that's just my take on it. So I definitely am open to more sort of cosmic, like humanity conquering the cosmos. I'm very interested in that genre. I want that to continue, essentially forever. I don't know. I enjoyed that as you know stuff. time to make more sci-fi movies that like that, I guess, directed by you and your creatures. I don't think I would be a good director. I'm not a story guy. I think I would be okay maybe if I had spent like my life like I can design creatures, I think, for like a universe like that. I think I could maybe, if I had spent a lot of time behind a camera like filming action stuff, like design action scenes. I think that's within the realm of possibility, but I would not sit like I could not direct a movie to save my life because you have to be aware of characters, stories, motivations. I am like when I play games, I just after about 10 minutes I start skipping all the dialogue. Like I can't listen to what people are saying. Like I just can't do it. And like I just don't care about why Johnny it like cares. It's just I just don't care. So it's like I'm not the right person to actually like direct a movie because I just don't have that kind of brain. I rarely myself like uh, feel like I'm like completely enthralled by a movie where I'm just like super into it. That like rarely happens to me. Most of the time, I start drifting off into my own imagination about how the movie would be better. But like it's that doesn't mean I need to be directing movies. I would most likely not do a good job since I tend not to be. I tend to be just more visual, action orientated, more so than story and verbal, as evidenced by how I talk. I just and use it in a Love, Death, Robots animated series. I wish some animator see some potential in your creatures and buy your ideas, lol. Yeah, I think that would be really fun. I think yeah, if somebody did that, like I think with like with like these type of creatures that I'm doing now, the sort of mechanical like bio ones, like this style, you see how it's like very close to the other one in terms of like having a creature inside of a metal suit. I think I'm gonna do a whole book's worth of these, and we're gonna like publish it or something and try and sell it on Amazon. So I'm gonna continue to do just like this style, and like build out like this sort of visual world, and yeah, and then like it's not gonna have a story. It's just like it's like a codex faction description of like these creatures, and that's it. Like that's all it's gonna be. And I think like doing stuff like world sort of design stuff, I think I can do. I that kind of stuff I can do. I'm not good at like other stuff basically. But yeah, I'm gonna try, and basically I'm gonna be on this theme of drawing just this specific kind of creature for a while. Not this specific, but just this in this kind of space for a while. I want to see that. Hoping I get to buy your book soon. It'll be a minute because the thing is that I need to draw. I think about 24 pages, and with how long these are taking me, usually like I'm not gonna draw 7 hours a day. I'm gonna probably stick around 4. And there's models I gotta paint. There's Blender and stuff that I gotta learn. So it's gonna take me a good amount of time to draw 24 pieces. Oh, for sure it would, and you should take your time. Yeah, I'm not in any rush to like burn myself out and stuff like that. I kind of want to listen to this right now. You have your other work as well. Yeah, like I said, I still get the side hustle business thing going on in the background that I gotta attend to. That I can't go too much into, but that's sort of just more of a just a way of actually this is more like fun. I hope I can make money at this. The other thing is I am making money. It's just way less fun and a lot more tedious, like most jobs. But it's very comfortable. I love it because I do not want to work in a real job anymore. Like I've had enough of that. Like even though I make like shit money, it's like it's so much better to like be listening to a podcast and doing things at my own pace, compared to like, you know, every other job. And they're not, and look, they're not all bad, but I've had some pretty shitty jobs. But I can't get in those types of work. I'm sad. I'd love that. I'd love that life. Honestly, like I do too. And honestly, like I probably work more hours now. If you include streaming as like work or whatever, overall I'm working more hours a week. But they're like way more chill hours. The hours of like when I worked at a real manufacturing job, the good part was like when you're done, you're like done. And the money was good too. And there was moments of like, you know, it wasn't all that bad. It's just that like sometimes it would be bad for like a really long time. And you'd have like high turnover and like you're like doing, especially if you've been there a while, you know, you end up kind of doing like the job of 3 people. And it's like, you just like, and sometimes, like honestly, like one of the reasons I left the last job is just like somebody that, not that I didn't like them, but I just considered them insanely lazy. They got promoted, and I'm just like, dude, there's no way I can have this person like telling me what to do, because they should have been fired like a long time ago. But they keep like failing upwards, like they just keep being, like they just won't like get fired somehow, and I just couldn't. I'm like, dude, there's no way. I don't even want that position. I'm just saying I cannot have that person over me. Like that's not happening. So that was part of the reason, is just like insane like levels of that kind of thing. But yeah, no, I just can't do it. And by the way, this person was very like likable. Like a lot of people, like I like them outside of context of work. They're sort of cool people. You can have a conversation with them, and but they're, when you start working with them, not cool at all. Like that's the thing, is like that's something too. Like with like friends and stuff, you like, they're just you know. You kind of find out the other side of how people function, or it really, honestly, it's amazing how anything really functions, because like, you know, you when you work at a job, right, and you find out how some people work and how people don't work, and how many things like get swept under the rug, and then you look at the world and, you know, you see like cars moving around and spaceships being launched into space, and it's like, how's this shit just not falling apart constantly? Because like, it's like, it just seems like there's so many people that, you know, I don't know. It just seems like more things should be failing constantly based on like how many people don't show up and how, you know. It's just I don't know where I'm going with all that. It's just that like it is weird that things work as well as they do. And you know, sometimes I'll watch YouTube and like they'll be like, "Oh, there's a car crisis. Cars are becoming too complicated and all this kind of stuff." But like, or whatever, people complain about cars, but like I've had like the complete opposite experience. Like I barely maintain my cars. You know, right now have a Kia 2014 Kia. Before that I bought a $500 car, right? Like it was a 2003 Grand Prix from a friend. Fantastic car, by the way. Just fantastic car in terms of like you know, you just change the oil and tires, and that's literally the only thing I ever did. And I had a good mechanic that like hooked me up with like brakes and stuff. But like, if you just half maintain like a car like that, like it just they go forever. I just don't understand like what the point is of like spending a lot of money on cars, because you can buy. I feel like even like if you went out and bought like a, you know, like that, like a $1,500 car or a $3,000 car, they kind of go forever. As long as you change the oil, they just. My experience has been like if you grandma these cars, they just they never die. You know, I could be wrong, but I don't know. My experience has been like completely different to everything I'm hearing from everyone else. Like they are available for, if you bought like a Buick right now with a 3600 series engine, it's like a 25-year-old car, and you could literally drive it for another 13 years most likely, even if it has like 250,000 miles on it. And it's like, and that's what I would do if that was on the table. But I already bought like a newer car, and the only reason I bought the newer Kia is because that's I bought it during the height of COVID, and there was like nothing on the market. Literally, like there was no other cars that I could buy. Like nothing was available. So. No shame in that. Having a working car is a blessing already. Yeah, dude. It really is. Although, like I said, I'm practicing what it would be like to live without a car. The only problem is like I live in a country where we have winter, and I would totally do it. Like I have a store I can go. Like I took my phone and I timed myself. I walked back and forth to like the closest store for my house. It took about like 29 minutes. So if you're just gonna go grab 2 things of eggs and like some ground beef, like okay, you know, this is totally doable. You could like live that way. Just go to the grocery store every other day or something like that. However, when you take into account winter, and even if I got a bicycle and all this kind of stuff, you run into 2 situations. The winter, and that you can't ride the bicycle on the sidewalk for some reason. It has to be like on like where cars are, and we have just a lot. Well, this is like an everywhere problem, but we just have like a lot of dumb people. So like I would trust myself being on the sidewalk. I don't want to be sharing the road with cars. That seems like totally insane to me. That seems like you're just like begging to get just taken out. You know, if I got a mountain bike, that would be... Yeah, having a working car is convenient, but at some point it's a nuisance when finding a parking and looking out for yourself with crazy drivers on the road. Yeah. The other thing is you can hit someone and be responsible for that too, you know. Or you could not hit someone and still be, you know, get kind of... get blamed for it anyway. But like I said, I'm a grandma driver. I'll be honest. I've never been pulled over. I've literally never been pulled over. It's like it's not like I've never not sped, but I don't like see the point in it. I have sped on the motorcycle. Like I did a lot of that more because it's don't jinx it. But the thing is like dude, to be okay. One time I did run a red light and a cop straight up saw me and he did that whoop whoop kind of thing, and I was like, he was right there. Like, he was, like, right next to me, and he just kind of, I guess he had, like, paperwork to go do or something. He just kind of was like, I was like, my bad. And then he was like, you go ahead. So, I don't know. I just got super lucky that day. But he was just like, I know. Yeah, I know, right? That white privilege kicked in right at the right moment. But yeah, so like I said, that was the closest I've gotten to being pulled over. Is just like I straight up ran through a red light. But to my defense, I was pretty tired. Like I was like completely deliriously tired, and I just like was like, I don't know. I didn't process information. I was just looking at the cars, and I'm like, I can still make this turn, and it was like red. I have traffic enforcer stories that involve bribing lol. Oh my god, dude, oh my god, that's awesome. I do like the countries where you can kind of bribe people because it's more fun, I feel like. I just want that to be on the table, you know what I mean? Kind of like, I don't know. I do like America because it's like very rules based, and I think like if I had to deal with like, if I had to like have problems, it would be in America, because here it's like, I feel like it's, it's just, they're more, a lot of unfair stuff does happen here, but they're a lot more like locked down by law. For the most part, if you just kind of behave, cops aren't really ever going to beat you up. Like, you really have to go, at least that's been my experience, I would not want to, like if I went to Belarus and I had like cop problems, like a cop pulls you over and starts kind of like making stuff up or whatever, like I would be way more worried about that situation than anything that could happen in America. I just had to drive in the Philippines because of the roads being barricaded and you won't see it. Wait, it's just hard to drive in the Philippines because of the roads being barricaded and you won't see it. The walls are bombarded with new and old road signs, so you don't know where you're going. I've had that kind of in the winter experience where you're like, I'm not sure where I am right now, but I think I'm on the road still. Though that's kind of freaky, like when you're like, you're just not really sure where you are, because like you can't see the side of the road or the middle. You're just kind of, I think I'm in the middle right now, and you're just kind of chancing it. It's freaking confusing whether you have to follow GPS app or probably follow the guts. Unless you're black, I've seen videos. I mean, African American. Oh yeah, yeah. You're not allowed to swerve in the Philippines. The blue boys, traffic enforcers, are just around the corner. You're not allowed to swerve? You're not supposed to swerve here either, because you're supposed to pick a lane and stay in it, technically. I'm not sure what you mean, like to avoid animals, or... Because I know, I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but like you're technically... and again, I could be making this up. Like you're not supposed to stop for like squirrels even. Like if you see like an animal, basically, let's say I slam on my brakes because there's like a squirrel ran into the road, and you hit me, it's my fault because you're technically not allowed to like slow down for that kind of thing. But I don't know if that's true 100%. It just seems like it, because like your natural instinct is telling you to stop, right? You like most people don't want to hit animals on purpose, so I feel like, I don't know, but I heard that you would get in trouble if you hit a some like a if somebody hit you because you stopped for like a squirrel. But I don't know, that could have been like something somebody told me that likes to smoke marijuana. Nothing against marijuana, but shout out. I don't know. I've seen like when I was watching what's his name when I was watching the Russian YouTuber who was like harassing the Philippine officers, and maybe they were letting him get away with stuff because he was like from a different country, so they were like way more, because there was a camera, you know, he's from obviously from a different place, so maybe like the Philippine cops were like way more chill because like because he's like not from there. Maybe like it's different if they were Filipino, like they would maybe get the baton out a little bit faster. But yeah, it seemed to me like it seems like to me like that police, from what I've seen, just the videos of like that guy harassing the Philippine like motorbike people, it seems like they're like very very reserved and chill for you know what I mean. I have to visually explain it. I can't explain it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like I just wouldn't understand like. The Vitaly guy deserved what he gets. He's a bully. Well, yeah, I agree. The bully for content isn't always gonna work out. Yeah, but I mean, like that. What I'm saying is though, like it looks to me, it looks to me that from what I've seen in the videos, like the Filipino cops were like, pretty laid back. Like they let him get away with a lot, you know. Whereas in America, I feel like the cops, like, there's a weird thing where like once they tell you like to stop, let's say, and you don't stop, the timer to like the little timer of you're about to get handcuffed and the situation is going to like escalate has started. Like there's no way to rewind that. Like once you started like an escalatory thing with a cop, like if you continue to not like listen, a bullet to the head, like the timer has started for things that are about to get much worse for you. So like, whereas I've seen like in other countries, it's like I've seen people calm down and then the cops kind of calm down, where in America, like once you've started that like process, it's over. Like you like it's basically you know, bad things are about to ensue for you if you do not listen to the police, and it only escalates from there every single time. Um, They do not make bad moves when it comes to tourists. Yeah, see, that's why I feel like tourists probably like get away with more stuff. It's hard to be a Filipino. I feel that same way. Like if I went to like Belarus with like an American passport, I feel like it would be, you know what I mean? Like they'd probably you'd pull that out, and they just wouldn't want to deal with that, or like have to face like what that's gonna mean if things went, like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like tourists generally are going to be more protected in a sense. Uh, it's hard to. I think we are lesser than specific non-Asian countries, hence we fully respect tourists. I think we are lesser than. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I think we are lesser than, like it's a smaller specific non-Asian countries. We fully respect tourists. One day I'll travel the world. And by one day I mean like it needs to be they need to make travel like easy enough to where it's like, they need to make it so ridiculously easy I can do it. I just want this wave of airplanes that's been falling out of the sky and crashing. Like, I want that to slow down. I want them to like figure that what's going on there before I start getting on those metal death tubes. In terms of nationality, we think we're lesser than other countries. Might be generalizing just by just my observation. Oh, I see what you're saying. Actually, let me look up Saturday night draw sessions. Lara Kokia, thank you for stopping by. Stonehome Games so shiny. Yeah, I was talking to my mom. Stonehome Games, if you're still here, I was talking to my mom. We were like talking about doing like 24 of these like characters of like the biomech kind of retro characters. Basically, make a monster book, like a book of monsters around this single faction. Of these like slugs that grow inside of machine holes and embody them. That's the general concept. Of not doing a story necessarily, just doing an art book, like a faction codex, like art book of this horrific world kind of thing, and that's it, right? There isn't going to be like a story. This is just art book of this like specific kind of faction, and so I don't know. If I'm here, that sounds like an awesome idea. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to get in on that. I don't know, because I know you guys want to publish stuff. So I don't know if you'd be interested. I don't know what she can do either. She was talking about doing like Amazon publishing, like you can like just have Amazon print on demand, which I have done. Like I ordered myself posters before. It does work. So I don't know, but that's kind of what I'm aiming at, because I've like I was talking about doing Sons of Mars, and ultimately I'm just not a story person. I just kind of want to visualize things and just draw monsters. It's like kind of where my strength is at, and I just want to do like just a faction like that Death Trash character that's going to be in that same genre. This is going to be part of that, and that's it. That's just what it's a world monster description, right? And we're gonna try and sell it on Amazon. So that's the direction I kind of want to head in. We'll work this week to I'll work this week to figure it out and get back to you. Amazon is always an option, of course. See if we can get it done for you. Yeah, that's I feel like that's accomplishable. I just have to stick to just drawing like this specific. I don't know. I've just seen like a lot of artists do that kind of thing. They kind of just do, and this is something I can just do with the stream and not have to worry about a story or anything like that. And eventually, like I said, it's on a table. If you guys can't do it, then me and my mom, she knows more about the Amazon thing, and I can sit here and draw, and then I just need everyone else to do everything, all the other things that are related to that. But I can scan things and send the files. But anyway, that was just a thought. But I'm definitely gonna. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the other. The other thing I was gonna say is I'm gonna slowly build out the first character in Blender and then paint it on stream, because I got a buddy who can 3D print stuff pretty well. They got like a really high level printer. So I'm going to build out the first character and maybe some of the other ones in Blender slowly. And then we're going to get it 3D printed. I don't know what I'm going to do with them other than paint them on stream for now. But maybe if people are interested, we'll kind of maybe sell them. Or maybe sell the files, if that makes sense. Like maybe, I don't know. Just thoughts. But that's kind of the direction I want to head in. In terms of nationality, we think we live in other countries. Might be general. Oh, sorry, I reread the same thing. Would make a great auction piece or even a Kickstarter gold piece if you did like piece. If you did like 5 total or something. Can't stick around too long, so I'll pick your brain about this later. All right, thanks, man. Yeah. But you get the general idea. I'm gonna slowly build out the characters in Blender, have them 3D printed and all that. But yeah, I think that would be a good thing. But I definitely would go to the Philippines first. If I went to travel to like Asia, it would have to be the Philippines, because I have a fan from there, which is Jipochi. I don't have any fans from any other Asian country, so I'm not going there. One day though, not yet. I just need to get rich really quick. Well, I'm not there right now. I'm resided in Qatar. Oh, nice. Isn't Qatar? Also visiting your area in early June. We should get a drink or coffee or something and chat big picture. Big pic. Yeah. 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 I think that's a really good idea. I think that's a really good idea. Oh, June. Actually, that's a really good month for me. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Qatar is man, those people have money in Qatar or to claim his plane though. Dude, you know what the thing is though? How can someone like oops. Oops, sorry. Oh, that's a commercial, sorry. That got out of control fast. Um yeah, I heard about that. They gave him a whole air like a big airplane, but the thing is how do you integrate a plane that's built by a different country into your system? Because the thing is that airplanes they have to go through that thing with a fine tooth comb or whatever the phrase is to you know what I'm like. The thing is, I'm not saying they would put a like a listening device on there, but let's be realistic. You got to be super careful, right? I'm just saying like, how can you possibly the amount of convert like, the amount of resources it would take to convert an airplane like that into an Air Force One usable airplane? It would be so much money that it might just be easier just to like make a new plane from ground up. Even if it like you know what I'm saying, it's like I don't see how you can accept a gift like that in terms of like national safety and stuff like that. I'm not saying they would do anything. I'm just saying like it would have to go through this expensive procedure of being converted, and it you know. Let's see where I'm at. Your president Qatar took. Yeah, I was looking at some of the footage of Qatar. It looks like those people have money, man. I'm sure it's not like that everywhere, but I need that Qatar money right quick because I need to be a lot more like Qatar embracing because they you know. Just one of the if you just take a like the golden necklace they gave Trump, if I just had that, I'd be done work probably. You know what I mean? I could sell that and just work, and just never work again because that's probably 50 grand right there. It's probably like all real gold too. They do be rich, but people here are suffering. Work-wise, I can't say much. I might get deleted. Lol. Defamation is a crime. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. No, everything I said was great. I didn't see anything wrong with anything. I don't know, but yeah, it looked pretty cool. I know they were talking about doing some really big deal that they're gonna sell. America's gonna sell them airplanes, the new ones, I guess, the ones that are like the really fast ones. I forget what the term F whatever 79 I don't remember, but you know the really new ones, I guess, and maybe, but yeah, I didn't know that was about to happen, but it looked like they really put it on the show. Like it really looked insane. Is it pretty chill there? Like if I went there, you know what I'm afraid of is like I've heard those horror stories where like let's say I go to Qatar, right, to visit, and like let's say they're a U.S. friendly country, and I'm like, let me embrace Qatar, let me learn about other cultures, and then I go over there and break my foot, right? I go to the hospital, they bill me like let's say $100,000, let's say like whatever. I'm in the hospital for 3 weeks. And then I'm like, well, I don't have that money. And then I heard like they can take your passport and be like, until you get this money, you don't leave the country and you're not allowed to work. And then people just get stuck there. And like they have, like there's no way, like I don't know if that can happen. I don't know, like, but I've heard horror stories like that. And that's why I'm like, dude, I don't go outside of America, Europe, like I'm just staying strictly in Northern Europe, America, area. Like I don't leave beyond those borders because I'm always like, I don't want to get, into trouble where I'm like an indentured servant because I can't cover my hospital bills. But again, that could just be my personal paranoia. Just don't break your bones, man. Drink your milk. Most European American tourists here I met are doing okay. No, I'm sure they are. But I'm just saying, like, we've all heard those stories. Get in a hotel, and I'll happily drive you around on tour. It looks super chill, right? Like, from what I've seen, the architecture and stuff, it looks cool. Like, it looks clean. Look, I'm sure, right? We all know every country has its problems. We don't have to be like, well, like, but there's problems. I know, right? But I'm just saying that, like, they know how to put on a show. I wonder how expensive it is. Like, do you have to be like, like what income break? Because it cuts, like, it just seems like, from what I'm seeing, like, things look so clean that it seems like you got to be not have Bill Gates money to hang there, but like, you need like more than just be like a regular American to have a good time there. And isn't it one of those countries where there's no alcohol allowed? Because like, I would like to have maybe a drink, if I went to a different country or something. You need a license for? Oh, really? I can't. I can take the speeding Arabs any day than Philippine potato drivers. That's the other thing. I do have like the stereotype of, and maybe it's like because of the videos I've seen on YouTube where like Arabs love like making their car go sideways like this. You've seen those videos, and then they like get on top of the cars just like sideways going down the highway. So I am a little bit nervous around that. I don't know how often that happens. You need a license for, that's crazy. But honestly, I don't hate that idea of every person that wants to consume alcohol should have like basically make it so annoying that every 3 months you have to renew a license and go take classes and make sure you're not an alcoholic, and like make sure like you're not sliding into the, you know what I mean? I don't think that's a super bad idea. Is just have like don't make it illegal, just make people jump through hoops so much that like you just go, I'm not gonna drink for the next 6 months. These bars that caters alcohol. There's bars that caters alcohol, but it's expensive as, yeah, I bet. Oh, they're wild. When there's events, they parade. Well, this license is special, and you have to have some work to available alcohol. It requires minimum salary to have this. Also, so tourists can't like just buy alcohol. Not that it's like a huge concern. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean. You usually, like, if you go to a different country, you want to have like maybe their drink or something. Are there a lot of like when you go to Qatar? Is there like a lot of you can't be reckless here and appear drunk in streets? Police will catch. Yeah, that's kind of the the vibes. Yeah, tourists buy in hotel. Okay, gotcha. You just got to be in the right place. Because I know some Muslim countries the alcohol is just banned. Well, I don't know that to be a fact. It's like one of those things I heard somewhere, and I'm just repeating. But like, I know they don't like alcohol, which honestly, I can't hate on that. It does kill a lot of people, but it also creates a lot of people. I think something people don't talk about is a lot of people exist because of alcohol too. But in Dubai, it's liberated. I guess in Saudi Arabia, I'm not sure. I actually, honestly, I really like the idea of having a society where you can't appear drunk on the streets. It's kind of the same here. If I were to walk down the street and be like drunk, obviously, the police is going to address it. You may not go to jail, but it is technically against the law to be. It's considered, I think, disorderly conduct to be so intoxicated that it's like visible, like, you know. Oh my god, the other day I was at the local there was a case here where a fellow Filipino brought alcohol for a licensed alcohol buyer during Ramadan. Now they got caught and now deported. Wow. Dude, the other day I was at a gas station and I think what happened was there was a police officer, right? Like a state trooper, because there's a state trooper that lives right next to me, kind of, and he pulled up next to my car, and I was like about to back out. And the thing is, my car has tinted windows, and technically here in Illinois, we're not supposed to have tinted windows. So I was like, ah, crap, like he's pulling up next to me. Now, I've never gotten in trouble before for it. They just mostly will use it against you if they pull you over. They'll just slap another ticket on. If you're being a jerk, they can just make up more things to give you tickets for if you have tinted windows. But regardless, I was like kind of trying to pull out of the parking lot and pretend not to see him. But I think it was my neighbor. And I think I noticed he was like looking at me, but I didn't recognize him because he has like that, he looks like every other cop ever, like short haircut. And I never really like looked at his face. We just say hi to each other from far away. So I think he recognized me and he was trying to like establish like contact and say hi. But I was trying to avoid looking at him because I thought he was going to be like, hey man, your windows are awfully dark on your car. So I think, so last time I was walking my dog, I like walked kind of close to them. They were outside with his wife, but they didn't wave to me because I think he like thought that I was like, not, you know what I mean? That I was being a jerk. But reality is I was trying to avoid talking to a police officer because I didn't want to talk about my tinted windows situation. Anyway, that's my cop story. That's the close. I think you told us a few streams ago. I might have. Oh, never mind. I think it was when you had some shenanigans on the road, and you didn't think it was your neighbor. What was the other story? I forget what the other story. No, I don't think I told it because this happened relatively recently. Anyway, I hate to like make people upset, but like my other neighbor, when I was in my driveway, I told you about my driveway, right? Like I had to dig it up and all that for the sewer stuff. And then he, they offered me a wheelbarrow, and I said it would help, but I'm gonna. And I was kind of kidding, but I said like I'd rather be just stubborn and do it this way. And I was using my little bucket. And the reason I was doing that is because like actually exercising my back made my back pain go away. So I was going out there an hour a day every morning, just kind of cleaning up rocks and all this kind of stuff. And I said that, and I think he got really upset at me because like I like slapped down his offer, but I didn't mean to be a jerk. I was just like activated my autism, and I said the truth. but it kind of came out like I don't want your wheelbarrow, but I meant more like I already like chose my path of doing it the hard way, and it's helping my back out. But yeah, situations like that happen to me like all the time. Now he won't like wave at me when we walk our dogs. He like actively avoids me. I think. I'm not really sure. I don't know, like whatever. It's not a damn man, ego got in the way. Just I kind of, cause like I think he got upset that I turned down the wheelbarrow, but I have to. I am stubborn. Like I will do it the hard way. Like because the other reason I don't like to borrow things like that is because it's going to eat up my bandwidth in my brain, in that I'm going to have to constantly think about having to return it. And in my mind, let's say it's there for 4 days, I'm going to be thinking about it for 4 days about how it's like I got to return it. He's probably thinking, why am I not returning it? You know what I mean? And it just eats up more bandwidth. That's why I hate borrowing tools unless I really need it. And it's like, this thing was not an urgent matter. I can just not use the driveway for a while. So I really hate borrowing things because of that. You know, I don't like to ask people for stuff, and even when they offer it, I'm just like, yeah, but then I'll have to think about it. You know, which is like a trap for me. It's a mental trap. I hate it. So yeah, that's my sort of thoughts on that. I'm sure taking my time with this picture, but it's okay. I think the longer I'm gonna spend rendering, it's gonna look better.
Get ready.
Oh my god, I hate commercials. I really need to buy YouTube Premium just so I can play other people's music but pay for it, kind of. Also, I feel like a whole wheelbarrow is expensive, and I feel like I'm gonna break it, lol. Then the neighbor is gonna be not offering anymore. I don't think you're gonna, like, a wheelbarrow is it's like a shovel. It just has like one movable part. Well, I guess shovels don't have movable parts, but you know what I mean. Like, it's kind of hard to break a wheelbarrow. It's just more, it's like a burden. It's like it's like a solution, but now it's a burden because I have to think about it. You know what I mean? And I'm the kind of person, I also hate letting people borrow tools because they don't seem to like feel it's important to like return tools in time, and then time goes by and it's like, it's almost like, why are you bringing up old stuff? You know what I mean? It's like, no, man, like I do want my stuff back, and I don't, if they accidentally break it, that's understandable, because it's like when you're letting people borrow a tool like that, like a shovel or something, or like a whatever, it's expected that they're going to be using it in a way that it might break, and that's what you're accepting. You know, that there's that chance. So I wouldn't get upset that if they said, if they were like, hey man, it broke. But if they're just not returning it because like they just don't give a fuck, like I don't like that. You know, I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, when I use it after I want it to be clean, I'm just imagining wheelbarrow to be rusty. Yeah, can you imagine having to like, it's like, where do you stop cleaning a wheelbarrow? Well, it's probably like one of those plastic ones. To be fair, it's probably not like one of the, not like, you know, the iron ones, like that you don't really know when to stop cleaning it. You have to like polish it basically. There's a wait. There's a browser called Brave. It uses I use it to watch movies on sites. They block ads. Also YouTube. I'm not promoting it. Just saying it might help with your ads. But do you have to have uBlock Origin on it still, or does it just Brave? What's it? It's called Brave. Browser download. I'll keep a tab open. I'll check it out. I've definitely heard of it. The thing is that like I'm afraid of like I don't know. I just don't like to like. Chrome makes it so good to use it. You know what I mean? That it's like I hate to like have different things. If that makes sense. It would help. It just like just having, you know, I don't know. I just because like I have my playlist on my YouTube, which is connected to Google. If I open my account on Brave, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb. Jipochi, if you're still there, how do you say, be right back, gotta make some fries? Oh, I was just gonna ask you about how you say hi in Filipino. But you already left. I'll ask later. Just frozen fries, cheap ones. Oh no. Oh yeah. How do you say hello in Filipino? Is that like is it like really hard to say? Just hello. Yeah, but it but there's a but there's like you guys have your own language though, right? Like in the old times, yeah. Oh, we don't have opening lol. We don't have opening lol in the old times. So you're saying you're saying the language is dead, like the actual Filipino language is like it's like dead, like no one says it anymore, or we don't have greetings. That's wild. Just kuya or ate, brother, sis. So you would greet somebody by just saying like kuya. Uh, it's kind of dead. Most of the Filipinos now are speaking half Filipino and half English. Dude, that's like everywhere. Let me just turn this down just a little bit. I'm gonna turn this down just a tad. I think that music was getting out of control there. But yeah, I've had the same thing where like I feel like I remember Russian, but then sometimes I try to remember specific words and I just can't like remember them. Until like if I were to like read a bunch of books, which I still could, then I would remember a lot of it. But on the fly, I'm just like I can't remember like what the thing is that I'm trying to say. I feel like with accent. Oh, dude, I had a friend. It's so embarrassing. He's like just a normal like white American, but then like whatever ethnicity he would talk to, he would try to emulate. Not even on purpose. I think he just did it like not like I think he did it not on purpose, but he would just start trying to do the accent of those people, like they would understand him better if he, you know what I mean? And it was like super cringe. I thought it was cringe. I just. Yeah, kuya or eight is what you call someone if you want to speak to a random stranger. Oh, okay. That's wild when people don't when like I think it's like Japanese, they don't have I in the language. It's like how am I supposed to talk about me if you don't have I in your language? You know? How are we gonna discuss my problems? I don't even know if that's true. It's just some folklore I heard about them. I don't know if it's true or not. Kind of trying to make this arm like mechanical, but then I'm like, is it gonna be too busy here? Am I making a mistake by adding that? You're not self-centered, probably. You are not self-centered, probably. Oh wait, 8, not 8. Oh, you think it's because it's like the culture is less centered around individuality kind of thing? They just don't have those. Maybe I kind of think like that's probably true. Like the I is less important, but not for me, bro. No, just. This 8B pencil is so nice. Like when you want to go over and just make like little things a little darker to like establish how dark you want something to be, because this it's just such a the lead is so dark that it's just insane how you can make things look with it. Maybe I should have. Maybe instead of this other arm here, I should add like. It feels right to have like a little another like arm here, but I'm not feeling the mechanical vibes because it just seems like it's gonna be way too busy here, with like that much detail. Where's my eraser? I'm telling you, I know exactly what strategy Twitch, because Twitch is owned by Amazon. I know exactly what strategy they need to use to make their streaming like be way ahead of everyone else. Is because they own so many properties. They can take that music and just let anybody who streams that's like monetized be able to have access to those libraries to be able to like just play them willy nilly, and it would put like just everything so far ahead of the game in terms of like making streams better. I feel like it would be such an advantage to like stream on Twitch first and make that the main platform. I mean, I could be just delusional, I don't know, but it just seems like it's just like such an easy layup for them just to go in that direction. Ooh, you know what would be interesting is like, you know how a manhole has like those lines at the bottom of, like I could have like a manhole type of deal here where the ooze, the black goose coming out of. Hmm. I want to be careful not to add too much. Some smart business thing. Yeah, right. Oh, by the way, I'm like, I think last time I checked, I had like, I need like 10 more subscribers on YouTube to get to 1,000, and when I get there, I can like finally just stop streaming because my goal would have been accomplished. But I still got some ways to go. Still frying some fries. You going? No, I'm not. I'm not going. I'm gonna stream for a little.
AI writing partner that works seamlessly.
No, stop it. Let's see. Just looking for music here. I guess I'll go back to BioShock. BioShock always got my back. Okay. Just gotta get back to... thought you're on your way outlaw. You're finding streamers to raid position. No, no, no. I was just like looking for music. No, 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 no. I wanna, you know. I know I've been streaming less lately, but that's because like I've been working more outside of this, and I only have so many hours of ability to like focus on stuff. That's why I've only been doing like 4 hours or 3.5, just because like, you know, you only have so many hours before you just gotta chill and just like completely chill. Like just and this is as far as jobs go. Not that this is like a job, but I'm just saying it's like super chill, but when I play Helldivers, I can just like turn my brain off and go shoot bugs, which is like ideal. I'm enjoyer of bug hunting. Man, I haven't touched the Tau army in a few days. I've been kind of just trying to do others. Just been busy. I haven't been able to paint, unfortunately. I'll get to it though. Wobble Rocket, welcome, man. How's your fine evening? What kind of games have you been playing? I haven't been able to catch a stream in a little bit. I've been busy, just busy. It's been pretty good. Pretty good day. Played some more Final Fantasy IV this morning and started a new Castlevania Symphony of the Night stream last night. Oh, nice. Yeah, Final Fantasy IV. That is a franchise that I've never ever touched it. But it's kind of crazy that I just never had the opportunity to like jump into that one. It just seems like they're such big games. I mean, I don't know if they really are, but they seem like I think when I was a kid, I think what it was is like back in the day, like if you were to look at games in general, the combat style, like going into a different screen and then having like just like you take turns. I think that's kind of like what put me off back in the day of playing it. And then as time went on, I just never touched it. But I think that's why I kind of never like drifted in that direction, is because like I wanted to play games that were like more traditional combat. I think now thinking on it now, I think that's why I never went for that franchise. I am also having a really good day. Really nice weather. I'm glad I'm not on fire today. Definitely enjoy not having insane weather. Yeah, turn-based can be kind of slow. Modern games in the series use action. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I've been thinking that the kind of game, and this isn't unrelated to what I was just talking about, but the kind of game I would really love to see somebody make is two things: having a Total War style, having a combat like we have in Total War, where you have armies fielded, sort of ready to fight each other, and then mixing in the what do you call it? The civilization style sort of map building where you have like hexagonal randomly generated maps, but the combat is like Total War. I've always loved civilization games. Well, when I say love, they were always like a 7 out of 10 for me because I hated the combat. Because the combat is like turn based essentially, and it's kind of like roll of the dice type of deal as far as like not completely, but your units just to some extent, right? And I want a game. It would take over my life if somebody made a decent game where it had the civilization style kind of map, sort of randomly generated civilizational kind of thing, and then you go into combat and it's similar to Total War. I think that would be like just the most fantastic type of game. That would eat up a few hundred hours of my life for sure. Oh, is Wobble Rocket, since you're here, did you hear anything about I don't know if we talked about, maybe I already mentioned this last time, but Bungie was caught apparently just straight up stealing assets, like artwork from people, like for their game, and it was so blatant they didn't even like change up anything. Like they just copied and pasted the work into their, like, the posters into their world. It's just so odd that they thought that they wouldn't, especially in today's world where you can like super easily check all the work. Like you can take this picture, snapshot it, put it in reverse imaging software. Is that not the craziest thing? Like I was just saying, it's just like, um, how would they think that they wouldn't get caught? Cause like it'd be one thing if we didn't even, you know, it's not the first time they've been caught doing sketchy stuff with copyright art. Is Oh man, that is so crazy. I've seen a lot of even Disney. There was like I was watching this one YouTube channel. This dude designed like some sort of figurine, like a 3D thing, and Disney or one of their artists stole it, and it that you can go there right now and buy that same statue that this one artist designed, and he found it, and he can definitively prove that he had it. And they, of course, the only part they get rid of is his like name or whatever, like underneath the statue, like the little logo or whatever. Like they made sure to get rid of that, or they like glued it to a base where so you can't see it. But it's so weird, like they're just relying on the fact that people can't. Obviously all of Disney didn't like approve that. It's just some artist stole it, imported it, and these guys don't have like the legal way. They don't have enough resources to fight really, and they're just like counting on that. And it's like the only thing they can do is put out a YouTube video and hope that there's enough inertia, like enough negative like waves, that there's some kind of action from it. But that's just so wild that Like that they can get away with that when it's so blatant. But yeah, very sad. Especially the thing is that they have so many. They released Disney Nerf Gun Real World Toy last year, and the design was completely copied from some artist online. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, the thing is that here's the thing, right? It's not like they don't have a crap load of money. It would be totally worth it for the, I would think, to just give them money. Like these artists, a lot of these, like me, right? Like a lot of art. Like if Disney came to me and they said like, let's take that last picture and this picture, even like if they took like 10 pictures and said, here's $10,000. This is ours now. We're just gonna take, this is ours now. For somebody that's like a guy just in his living room drawing creatures, totally worth it, right? Totally worth it for that kind of money. And it would just get rid of all the controversy. It's so weird that they're doing it like that, because it's not like they couldn't easily just afford to give you like 10 G's would just not even affect them. It wouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, really wild stuff. I can't imagine licensing fees are more expensive than dealing with the lawsuits. Yeah. Yeah. They have a surprise. Yeah, like they could easily. Yeah, they could easily do that, right? To be fair, though, I get that it's not like Disney executives are sitting there approving this stuff. They're just hiring people for work, and then those people are stealing. Uh, hey, have surprise for you. Get subscribed close 1,000. Yeah. Stay alive. Will get live. Will get subscribed. Yeah, the channel growth is kind of random. I've hit a streak before. That the YouTube is kind of weird. In that YouTube can kind of like, you can kind of have a month, right, where you hit this streak where you're getting like 3 to 7 subs a day, right, which is not good in terms of like some people's growth, right? But for me, I was like, well, at this rate, in 4 months, you start imagining this delusional world where your channel is gonna start taking off, and then like the tap just gets turned off, right, on YouTube, and you're like, well, that's weird. Like, I'm doing the same formula, but you look at the thing and it's got like 26 views, and it's just like, that's kind of weird. It's not growing anymore. But I keep doing it, and then recently there has been some subbage, but it's just so slow. So YouTube is kind of weird. I don't really know what to think. I definitely, I'm gonna get to 1,000 because that's just a goal I have, and I need to achieve that goal. Just even though nowadays the subs don't mean that much anymore, as much. I know that, but it's still, I got to get to that 1,000 just because like it's just been such a long thing. Even though I think, yeah, my channel growth stalled for weeks. It's picking back up again now, but slowly. Isn't that weird? It seems like you can like really put a lot of effort into it and just get like no results, and then randomly you'll just start peaking. And again, like when I say, for me, getting like 3 subs a stream or like 7 is like really exceptional, and I had that going on for a while, and I'm like, oh, maybe the algorithm had like figured me out. It's like showing me in the right places. It's sort of like figured out where I need to fit. So from here, it's gonna grow fast. You know, I started imagining things. Like I started like thinking like this is the new thing, but it was not. The tap got shut off, and for a good 2 months, it was just like just stalled completely. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But yeah, it's just the reason I decided to kind of stick with art. Oh, sorry guys, I'm not even filming where I'm drawing. The reason I decided to stick with this, lol, the YouTube algorithm is a jerk. Yeah, is because this is the only thing I can do reliably in terms of like if I made like, let's say I started following trends and kind of like making videos about other things, I know I can't sustain that because I would just not care enough to like do it. I can do this regardless of growth. Obviously I want it to grow and I want to make money, but if that doesn't happen, that's fine. I would still enjoy drawing and talking to a person that comes in here once in a while. So for me, it's like any other form of YouTube, and I've tried doing other things on YouTube, but they've all failed horrifically in terms of growth. Just never really had any kind of traction. Tried different things. It's just had not had a lot of success. But this, maybe some you could say, but it's been slow. But at least this I can maintain doing this. So if it does take off, I can just do it because I do enjoy doing it, YouTube or no YouTube. And then in terms of Twitch, I literally killed that all, but I killed it by myself, and I watched myself do it, and there was no reason to do it. Yeah, that was my bad. The Twitch was entirely my bad. I should have not switched strategies on Twitch. I should have just stuck with what was working and not tried to do other things. I feel I actually get more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch. See, it was a congratulations 1K subscribe, but OB Art, I'm not at 1K. I'm right below 1K. Unless a bunch of people just subscribed. Unless you just went out and made like a bunch of it does say, did you just make like 40 like I did just hit 1K, but I'm pretty sure it's OB I'm pretty sure someone just made a bunch of accounts and subscribed. I do appreciate that. But I also don't want YouTube to think I'm inflating things and get myself in trouble. I suspect you just made a bunch of accounts. I didn't just like randomly get 9 subscribers. But I would rather not people not do that because I don't want YouTube to be like, oh, this is a problem channel. You know what I mean? But yeah, I had Twitch. My Twitch was like popping off, or like it was doing way better. And I think Twitch was doing better because it's more like, it's less algorithmically, like you can grow because people like you, and you raid and they raid you, and there's like more of that like organic interaction. So Twitch was doing awesome. YouTube is more like, you're just praying to the algorithm gods. I feel like, sometimes you catch the wind, and when my stuff gets exposed, there is people subscribed, but when when nobody sees it, it's like it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't matter how hard I spin my wheels. But I'm sure somebody that understands it better it would work, because they would get it, and I just don't get it. I do wish YouTube had better features for letting chatter engage with the channel, something like YouTube, I think they went in a different direction. Instead of like the streaming angle, they went more into catering to they're trying to cater more to the crowd. Let's see, the sort of the younger crowd that wants to see reels and kind of like do the TikTok game. They're trying to compete with them, and I think they kind of gave up on trying to push the streaming aspect because it's way more expensive in terms of bandwidth to support that and push it versus the kind of attention you get when you make memes that are like 7 seconds long. I think it's just makes more business sense for them, and I get it. But yeah, I think it's very unfortunate how like the whole TikTok thing. I don't like hate it. I just think the overall trend of like the lower attention span kind of content is just like, where do we go from here? It's like it's already like super ADHD. I get a lot of views after a stream from people watching replays though. Yeah, see, I don't really. I get that once in a while. Like I'll finish a stream and then next day I'll notice it's got like 70 more views. But that's kind of rare, and I think that's possibly due to it's hard for YouTube to push this because it's like I call this piece Crawlforge, right? How does YouTube how YouTube can't know how whose throat is it going to shove this down, because it's like it's a weird nuanced word. It's not like Mario or something like where it kind of already knows who to show this to, whereas this is just weird thing. It's like a weird thing, right? So it's like it's hard to promote. So I think that's part of my issue too, is that it's just I do weird things and it doesn't know who to show it to. That's my suspicion. I just need to put art more in the. I just need to add the word art more in the description, I guess. But it would, yeah, if I had more of that, or I finished the stream and then it would get shown more to people, that would be better. Oh yeah, I need to put sketch in my description or something in my title. Artist live draw. I need to do that. You could use some you can use some extra keywords to help live art and chat. Science fiction art in the description, right? Yeah, you know what? To be fair, I have been really lazy. Like with that, I've been just putting like whatever, like one word, or like just creature drawing. You're right. I think if I had, I need to flex a little bit more. Like I need to jump on Chat GPT and have it, write up a simple description with these keywords. At least like put that much effort into it. I think that's partially because like for a while I wasn't doing it and it was still doing good. So I'm like, I guess I don't need to do it. And then maybe YouTube was like, no, you do need to do it, or I will forget about you. So I don't know. I need to go back to like doing those little things. Probably. Um, you know. But I am, as far as video games, I just remembered Gears of War E-Day. I don't know, we may have talked about it already, but that is the one game I am excited about. It seems like they're going kind of back in time. The visual art style seems like they're doing a little bit more grim dark again. Like just two, like I mean the last one was grim dark, but there was a lot more color, and it looks like visually they're kind of going back to like Gears of War 1 where everything is just gray and brown, which is enjoyable. So yeah, just always enjoy the Gears campaigns. I'm looking forward to that, and they're going to remaster in Unreal Engine 5 the first one, which I may or may not pick up. We'll see. Because I did just replay it recently, so I don't necessarily know if I need to buy another version of it, but Maybe I should get one of those like radio voice emulators so it sounds like I'm speaking from like a bunker. Like some well, like one of those like what'd you call it? Like kind of have a vibe of like some sort of a like a radio talk show like Art Bell, kind of like in a desert, kind of madman in a desert yelling about aliens kind of vibes with like a radio voice emulator. I don't know. I've always thought that would be like sort of an interesting turn to take.
All this atom stuff makes me nervous, Jim. Is it really safe to play God?
The job is up for grabs. In Rapture, we create our own destiny. You don't want to be the last jump on the block to evolve, do you?
When you really think about it, plasmids are no more dangerous than fire or the wheel. We just need to splice responsibly. Gatherer's Garden, here we come.
That could be fine as long as it doesn't distort your voice too much. Clear audio is priceless, right? Yeah.
Darn it! My tongue is away and I can't reach the saucepan. Coming up short without a man around? Well, maybe you should reach for telekinesis, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. With one little thought. The pan came right to you. You mean I could
1K so awesome. Also Wobble is or was here. He is, I think he's still, yeah. So what's up? Getting started for a D&D game tonight here. Oh, always a good time. Always a good time. I was watching a show about on YouTube. There's this guy who has like more miniatures than anybody else on Earth. He's got like basically a mansion full of them. Like I can't remember. And he opened his own. He bought like a store to have like a museum. They pay artists to like fill it up. So they're like actually employing artists to like consistently bring in new pieces. Yeah, I don't know why I needed to mention that, but I just thought it was really cool. I need to go see it someday. Not sure with whom, just a thought. Brainstorming some new video ideas, maybe a collab. Not sure with whom, just a thought. All my videos have been live streams lately. I think I'm going to try to do some normal uploads too. Got a few ideas bouncing around, but nothing I've really settled on. You know, I did think of doing videos of like watching gameplay trailers and not making fun of them, but just doing like commentary, because that would be like sort of easy. I feel like doing like, because usually trailers are like 3 minutes and then you just pause and you're like, I think this about that. And I feel like that would be not related to this, but also like kind of easy to do. And I feel like I have just friends that were like good at, I think, like, I'm not super good at talking about it alone, but when we're together, like just sort of riffing and talking about it, I feel like it could be like easy ways to just push out like short videos that would like potentially get people like talking, because all I do is sit here and talk about video games. Like that's all I do anyway. So I'm like, I should just like just start making videos like that. You know. So just kind of an idea. Maybe just since you do those kinds of reaction videos are pretty popular. Yeah. And you know, maybe I should. I think maybe you should, because, well, for me, maybe a bad idea since I do art, and so even if people subscribe, then they're going to be like, oh, this guy draws. I thought I was subscribing for something else. It's another bad habit I have is just putting up random content, like unrelated content, to drive people away. It helps just drive people away when they find out this guy just uploads random things. This channel, that's also another bad thing, but for you, maybe that kind of thing would work really well. I don't know. Because I remember me and my buddy were watching like the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer, and the guy is like, you take the premise of like the guy loses his girlfriend and then he walks into like clearly a bad situation that keeps getting worse, and all he has to do is turn around and walk the other way. And it's like, dude, you're like, it's hard to believe like that anybody, or there's some random girl he's chasing or something, and it's like, dude, just, she's clearly a demon. Anyone with 2 brain cells can see that you're like, she's luring you further into this situation. Just turn around. you know, commentary like that. Could be fun. I'm just letting my loved ones know now. If you get I'm not looking for you in Silent Hill. Just letting you know right now. I don't care. You know how much I like you. Yeah, I posted a couple of joke shorts and some cat videos back in the day that got me a lot of subscribers, but it was totally out of sync with normal content. Yeah, I think it's bad to do like unless you're like PewDiePie, unless you're like big level and people just like they just watch you on auto mode because like you are who you are. Mixing content is like a really bad. Like I started streaming on Twitch. I started streaming like the game stuff, and within a month, it took me a month to completely kill the channel. It went from 12 average viewers to like below 3, and I'm like, why am I like? I just realized I'm like, this is the wrong. I'm just there's no reason for me to be doing this right now, and like I just realized that this was a huge mistake and not his fault. Whatever. I'm just saying like for me, like I literally just needed to pursue the strategy that was working and not just not pick up a stick and bludgeon my like channel to death with my own hands. And I, by the way, like I worked twice as hard to do it. It was not easy to sit here and figure all that stuff out and do all the animations and stuff. Like it was like I actually worked harder to go in the wrong direction. That's the funny thing about it. Like Silent Hill is the perspective of a mentally problematic person. See, that's the thing is it's like it's kind of I if you look at it that way, that would explain a lot more than trying to see it from it not that perspective. I think I'm not like I said I just kill creatures in games, so a lot of like the notes and like the story I don't really pay attention to. I'm just there to like kill creatures. So that is probably a very reasonable assessment of what's happening. I think I read it somewhere of that lore. Yeah, I think that's like you're probably right.
So Rapture, reminder. The bottom of the oceans are, but it can also be a dangerous place. Any leak is a bad thing. Report any unexplained water promptly to Central Coast.
See, the sacrifice picture did so much better than the death trash one. I'm really surprised. I honestly expected it to do a lot better. I'm really surprised. Sometimes I can't figure out why things do. Sometimes I'm like correct about some picture doing good on Instagram, and sometimes I'm like, you guys are just wrong. Like, you should hit the like button, because if you don't like it, you're just wrong. I just need to get rich enough to take the motorcycle I have, my 80s Yamaha, and just turn it over to a company for a full restoration to turn it into a cafe racer. I could do it myself, but it's so time consuming that I don't want to get involved in that again. But I do want a cafe racer, but somebody else does it this time. Professionally, not me. I'm really bad at electric. Electric work is not my friend. I don't get it. I get it, but not enough to, you know, it's a headache. Insta may downgrade the word that. Oh, you know what? Ooh, that is so true. That is so true. But that's who I am. I can't just get rid of that. But yeah, you're right. That is true. It probably doesn't like death. I didn't even think about that. Ryan Industries. Oh, I think that would cost $1 million. That would cost $1 million. My dog started to get bored. Starting to get bored of my stream. What the? Your dog can never get tired of this. Not your stream. because she's smelling everywhere in the house. My dog has this tendency to sometimes like he'll use his like elbows to like he'll sit on a carpet, but then he'll be sitting there and then he'll kind of like crawl forward slowly and he'll use his elbows to like hit the ground. And I can't even explain how much I like don't like. I think I have like a thing with like repetitive annoying noises. Man, it's rough. Like, or the dog licking himself noise. That's another one. I have to like. My dog does it too, but not on the rug. Other than that, dogs are great. But I have had my military friend did offer me to watch his dogs again, and I turned it down. I honestly just I have too many things here now that like I basically work out of my house, and I got too many things. I just can't have two more dogs. You know, once you get to like 3 dogs, the problem is like one of them is always like throwing up or having diarrhea, or they want to go outside, or they're starting a fight, or you know, this or that. You never get like a moment of rest. At least that's my perception of the situation. So I would need way more money than what was being offered, at which point he can just go to a professional service. But the thing is that like I had to clean my carpet a lot, like because of the dogs, and I'm just like, if you take into account the food I had to pay for because they ran out of food and I didn't want to feed them the stuff that was provided, I'm like, this isn't really like good food, you know. And yeah, so yeah, unfortunately I see now why things cost so much, because it seems like, no, they just chill here, dude. But that's not what happens. It's actually a lot of work. Kind of. Yeah, 3 dogs isn't it? It's like a zoo at that point. One time I found her chewing on something. I thought she was just licking herself. Yeah, yeah. Luckily, my dog doesn't do any like chewing on stuff. That would be, dude. That would be crazy. 3 times the poop and pee. 3 times the dude. I meant like just my morning routine with the 3 dogs. I gotta walk them, right. Each dog. I couldn't walk all 3 of them. Obviously, it would have been way too crazy. None of them are behave to a standard where you can like let that happen. I could only control 1 dog at a time, like reliably. So each dog, we're talking 20 minutes to walk, right? That's an hour a day right there. So an hour, if you're walking dogs an hour a day, you could, if you organize like a service, like that was the business you were doing, you could probably make like $60 an hour for that. Or so, like, see, but people want to pay you like $20 to watch their dog a day. Like, they don't realize that they're not just chilling in your house. You got to walk them and stuff, and they're gonna have accidents and stuff. You're gonna have to clean that up and use this special shampoo. That's very expensive. A whole roll of paper towels. You're gonna be sitting there for an hour and a half trying to get that out of your carpet. So you add all this up, and you're like, dude, if I wash somebody's dog, I'm gonna need like a lot more money, like way more. Like it's you know. So do not agree to wash people's dogs unless you are, you know. And the thing is, I had things to do. Like, it's not like just had that thing to. It's not like I'm like, oh, I don't get to play video games constantly, right? It's like I had things to do. I had to like leave my house. That was the other thing. I'm like, what if these dogs just start killing each other once I leave, or they like gang up? The other thing I noticed is they would like sometimes gang up on my dog a little bit too much, and I'm like, what if I leave and then they just don't stop, right? Like, and so I got to put them in different. It was stressful, dude. The basic moral of the story is, you know, it's a lot of work. I don't know how she survives that. Lol. My aunt is living with my grandmother. My aunt is living with my grandmother and 4 dogs. Like, she doesn't even have a job. I think if you're rich, like, if you don't have to go to work, you can have, like, yeah, I just could. Honestly, like, I'm at a point where, like, once, Aries passes away, which will happen eventually, right? I think maximum, cat. Cats are low maintenance, I think, or maybe just no pets, because it just is a lot of work, and I have to be hyper alert about, did I close the fence? I think people don't think about this stuff, and it's like, I definitely, like, after having experienced it, dog ownership for realsies with a big dog that could potentially be a problem if he got away and something happened, I'm definitely, like, hyper alert, and I don't know how more people aren't way more paranoid about stuff like that. Maybe they are, I don't know. I know I just went on a super long rant about anti-dog propaganda, but it had to be said. Someone had to say the truth. It'd be kind of cool if like Bungie and like big studios started like streaming, like let's say they were developing a game, if they were just like that open about it, where it's like the some of the main artists would just like stream them drawing concept art and stuff. I think that would be super cool if they did that. I know they're in a different situation. They got investors and stuff, so they got to keep things under like, yeah, you know, things got to be like locked down a little bit because of like money and stuff. Investors, stock shareholders. The streamer could say something controversial. You don't want all that mess. But it would be really cool if they kind of did a similar thing, just like super open concept development where it's just live streamed the whole thing. I can't believe, did I really get 1,000 subs? Because it feels like like why would I get 1,000 subs? Because it's I was getting like a sub here and there, but then like it had to have been that one guy just made a bunch of accounts. I'm assuming, because there's no way it would have just jumped up that much. But regardless, we'll call it. I'll take it. I'll take the victory. I'm just gonna have to take the victory and call 1,001. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to just say that I just deserve to win today.
We stopped paying. Thanks to Electro, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries.
Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna be right back with you guys.
Try Electro. Available at any Gatherer's Garden.
And I'm back. Sometimes it's good to stand back and just kind of look at your picture from far away. Just kind of let it just breathe. Let it cook. Yeah, you gotta like step away and just kind of look at it, and it's easy to get lost in the sauce sometimes. Like, I want to avoid over detailing stuff, and it can kind of be easy to get tricked into that situation too, you know.
My garden looks horrible. The trees have no fruit, and the flowers won't bloom. Am I doing something wrong?
Good question, but the answer might surprise you. You see, some plants don't
I'm
grow here.
thinking about
They require sunlight and fresh water, and one other very important ingredient, bees.
Bees?
Yes, bees. Plants can't pollinate themselves, but now there's more than good news. There's Swarm, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. From the gatherer's garden to your garden, evolved today.
Hmm. It's like I don't want to lose this shape back. You know what I mean? There's sometimes like you have a shape that kind of comes out of the thing, and it's like I don't want to lose that shape, but I also want to do something else a little bit. Does anybody have any like really good recommendations on reverse imaging websites? I just wanted to run my pictures through it and see if it can like I want to see like can they find something similar to what you drew? Because I'm just sort of interested in like that. Like, can you like check your artwork for not the same thing? 'Cause obviously, there's things that can find the same thing because it's the same thing. But is there are there programs that can find things that are like a lot like it but not the same? I'm sure there's some AI contraption nowadays. There has to be, right?
Ladies, you love your man, but can you trust him? When he's away, do you ever wonder what he's up to? He promised to come home early, but is he at the bar with the boys, or is he meeting someone new? With Scout, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries, you'll always be in the know.
Hmm. I really like how that one looks like kind of like a conduit sort of deal. I sort of want to replicate that and just do kind of like all of them, kind of like this external piping that's just for the water cooling or nutrient delivery systems, who God knows, but you know, that is very, I just really like the way this turned out, and I kind of want to replicate that all throughout the design. How do you know where to put the light and shadows without reference? Basically experience, but on a creature like this where there's not really a strict sense of where the light is coming from, except for its bottom here will have light. This, I'm gonna be heading to bed. Thank you, Chipoche. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I drank some mez. We'll be passing out. So yeah, I take melatonin. Honestly, yeah, like I take like a handful of melatonin, dude. It helps. But yeah, thank you. I'll be Anyway, the light reference situation is obviously if if you don't have a strong direction, right? Like it's just sort of like you're in a room. Like obviously, like even when you're in a room, you know the light is coming from the top usually. But if you don't have like a strong sense of like, oh, it's clearly being beamed down from this direction, right? The first thing is like, it depends on like what, you know, like you obviously kind of instinctively know like your mouth, things that are like usually dark, you can kind of start there, you know, and you know, if it, I don't know how to explain it, you just kind of know where, like, how does light behave when you're in a gray, like you walk out on a dark sort of day when it's foggy, right? You don't have like a strong direction, but you still like the parts like where shadow would be is where it is, if that makes sense. Like if someone was standing there in a t-shirt on a foggy dark day, you still have like shadow like here, you know, just the typical places where you can kind of start working out of. Chill on it, protect your liver. Does it mess up your liver? I drink. Good night. Have it. Does it? I didn't know that it. I don't know if that's true or not. I honestly don't know if that's true. If melatonin, I know melatonin gets destroyed by your liver for sure, but I don't know. Anyway, I might have to look into that. You would be a great tattoo artist. Thank you. This would be a sick shoulder. Dude, someone should get this thing on their face. You know what I mean? Just straight up, like, just get it on the side of your face. And just walk around like that. I think that would be super cool. Anyway. I think if you get a tattoo, you should go all in. Just get a face tattoo of this. it looks like I'm at 4 hours. I'm gonna go and work on my 3D model, kind of learn more of that. But yeah, I'm gonna make the last creature I drew in Blender, eventually paint it on stream once we get it printed. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna go do other stuff. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye bye.